Test, test. Yes.
We're going to be just a minute. Y'all can go ahead and talk. It's going to be a few minutes. Everybody's getting quiet. Okay, it's time to get started. I'll call this regularly scheduled meeting of the Lawton City Council to order. Please stand for the invocation by my pastor, Harold Gacius, from First Baptist West, and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pastor?
Thank you for this privilege. Father, in the name of Jesus, we come to you today, Lord, and we thank you for the great privilege we have of being in this nation, in this state, in this city. Father, thank you for the freedoms that we have, and thank you for the type of government that we have, Lord, that we can come together and peacefully meet. And so, Father, I pray with that thought in mind over this meeting today. I pray that your Spirit would settle into this place, that God, you would give wisdom to every person, that God, you would grant a peaceful spirit. And then, Father, I thank you for the men and women who serve on this council, who've given their lives to represent their areas, and Lord, then to come and to lead this city. And I pray, Father, that you would guide them now with the decisions they're to make. I pray for the others, Lord, who are going to be presenting ideas, and Lord, that you would give them a peaceful spirit as well. And this meeting could honor you and honor those who've given their lives for us to be able to meet like this. Father, we love you and we thank you for your great gift of freedom. We thank you for your great gift of eternal life in Jesus Christ. And Father, it's in his wonderful, precious name that I pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, please call the roll. Thank you, Pastor.
Hankins. Harris. Chapman. Gill. Hampton. Fortenbaugh. Johnson. Warren.
Do you realize we're the only community in the country that can say that this year? We're the only ones. We're on top. Thank you, guys. Employee Spotlight Award to Cindy Augustine, Legal Department. Michael. That is so cool.
So, Mayor and Council, everyone in the audience, it is really my pleasure to present Cindy Augustine with the Employee Spotlight. Now, Cindy's being recognized because, thanks to her strong work ethic and tough questions she asks,
Thank you, Cindy. Congratulations. Are we working on the sound quality? Because I'm going to struggle all meeting if we don't get it improved.
He said it should be good.
Okay. Receive a briefing from Bishop John Dunaway regarding City of Lawton's plans for Juneteenth activities. Bishop. Always good to have you, Bishop. Hold on just a minute for us, Bishop. We're having trouble being able to understand what people are saying into those microphones. Was it that way when Robert was talking?
Yes.
You could understand, Robert?
Yes, it was.
Pretty good. He was a little.
There, that's better. Yeah.
We're excited where we are right now. Some plans that we have for Juneteenth 2023.
as well. If there are any questions or concerns, please reach out. I too sometimes will miss a phone call or two or three. And just remember that we're here. And a lot of questions that you may have, we might be able to answer, and if we don't, we'll get the right person for you.
All right, thank you very much. Now we move on to audience participation. Anyone having an item of business to present to the city council that does not appear on the agenda, please come forward at this time. Man, the weather's got everybody shut down, so we'll move on to the agenda. And before we get started, we're going to pull item 5 to discuss. We're going to strike number 22, I think it is. Did I get that right, Michael? Yeah, item number 22. Then on item 14, we are striking 313 Northwest Sheridan Road, the very first address, and we're striking. Council, is there any other items that you want to pull from the consent agenda besides item 5 for discussion? Okay, seeing none, can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of item 5?
So moved.
Have a motion, do we have a second?
Second.
Motion and a second, please vote. Motion carries 6-0. This is a day for technical. I'll let you play with that. Okay, that brings us up to item 5. Consider authorizing staff to submit a funding request to the United States Department of Agriculture to perform a study of the East Cache Creek and Medicine Creek watersheds. Who's speaking? Yes, sir. It is better, yeah. Michael, is this the deal that we're involved with the 6 other government entities? Okay, I'm curious why this is just now coming to council, because we got this notice on August the 1st. Does anybody know that? We got this after Rich left. I got notified on August 2nd. I inquired twice about it, and in December I brought it up again, and finally it started moving, but it's just now getting to council. And I've got the question that, you know, let's go this way. We need to approve this, council, but I want to get a report on why this has fallen through the cracks, because I have reported to the other 6 government entities that this is moving forward, and I did that in August. So obviously I'm a little frustrated that it's just getting to council. But can I get a motion to approve? Have a motion, did I hear a second? And a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 6-0. Thank you. And that moves us to unfinished business. Consider approving a contract for sale of real estate with John Stephen Williams for the purchase of property located at 911 Southwest C Avenue in the amount of $30,000 and authorize the mayor and city clerk to execute the contract. Who's speaking on this? Okay, Cindy. Questions, council? If none, please can I have a motion for approval? A motion for approval and a second? You good? Discussion or debate? Please vote. And motion carries 6-0. Okay, we're going to break from the agenda just for a minute to introduce a new attorney. John?
Council, Mayor, it is my privilege to introduce Jalen Jurgensen. And Jalen, come on up. Jalen is our new attorney in our office, and she was, yesterday was her first day on the job. She hails from the great state of Michigan, is a member of the Chippewa tribe, is that right? Okay. And prior to working here, Jalen worked for the, I keep wanting to say Potawatomi, a Kickapoo tribe in Potawatomi County. And so we're super excited to have her.
All right, well, welcome. And I see that the first thing they did was get you an I Love Lawton Fort Sill pin, so we're proud of you wearing that. Would you like to say anything? All right, we're glad you're here. Let's give her another welcome. That moves us to item 12. Consider approving an ordinance, including any floor amendments related thereto, pertaining to the Capital Improvement Program Advisory Committee, amending Section 2311370 and Section 2311371, Division 2311, Article 23, Chapter 2, Lawton City Code 2015, by clarifying filling unexpired terms of office for the committee, increasing the number of committee members, requiring one member to be an attorney and another to be a certified public accountant, requiring the committee to comply with the Oklahoma Meetings Act, requiring the Director of Finance to submit a report to City Council no later than 30th of November of each calendar year, requiring as part of the annual report that the city's auditor review CIP expenditures and provide comments on whether funds appear to be expended in accordance with the purpose of the CIP program, providing for severability and establishing an effective date. Do you want to introduce it?
So, Mayor and Council, this committee was already in existence. There were some changes that were made, and the mayor just went over those. The big one being the introduction of an outside auditor as part of this committee to make sure that funds that are expended are being expended for the correct purpose.
So the council's direction, I don't know, it's probably a month ago, was to put the auditor on here, but the auditor said he can't be on the committee and audit. So that's why we changed it to a CPA, okay? Are there any questions? Do we have a motion? Question?
Question, Mayor. Will these additional members be part of the CIP committee that we already have appointees to?
This is a standing committee. This is a citizen committee. You might be confusing it with a committee that we've talked about that's not on this agenda. That's a council committee that will look into budget, efficiency, and CIP. All right? So it's two different committees. Does that answer your question? And again, the purpose of this committee, and we actually put it in the change, is to build trust in the citizens of the public process of the CIP and the spending of money. If there are no further questions, can I get a motion for approval? Motion for approval and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Oh, we got to read the ordinance.
An ordinance pertaining to administration, amending section 2311-370 and section 2311-371, division 2311, article 23, chapter 2, Lawton City Code 2015, relating to the Capital Improvement Program Advisory Committee by clarifying filling unexpired terms of office for the committee, increasing the number of committee members, requiring one member to be an attorney and another to be a certified public accountant, requiring the committee to comply with the Oklahoma Open Meetings Act, requiring the Director of Finance to submit a report to City Council no later than the 30th of November of each calendar year, requiring as a part of the annual report that the city's auditor review CIP expenditures and provide comments on whether funds appear to be expended in accordance with the purpose of the CIP program, providing for severability and establishing an effective date.
Please vote. Need one more vote. Did we lose somebody? 1, 2. There we go. 6-0. Motion is approved. Okay, now we have to deal with item number 18 before we deal with item 13. Give me just a minute. Item number 18, consider approving an ordinance including any floor amendments related thereto pertaining to Chapter 6 Buildings, Construction and Housing, Section 611108D of the Lawton City Code to increase the number of permit extensions that may be granted for reconstruction, remodel, or repair of a structure deemed dilapidated by the council from 2 permit extensions to 5 permit extensions, providing for severability and establishing an effective date. John. Basically, what we have is, we've been telling the citizens one thing and allowing that, and that's not what the code has said. So this amends the code to equal what we have been doing. Did I say that right, Michael?
Yes, Mayor. When you can't sleep at 3 o'clock in the morning and you want to go back to sleep, just go read the code. So we're reading the code, or particularly I was reading the code, and noticed that the code had mentioned 1 30-day permit with 2 permit extensions. And we had regularly told citizens that as long as you're showing progress, that we'll continue to grant you a permit. Well, so practice wasn't matching what the code said. So this more aligns with what the practice is. It gives a longer period, and it defines more of what we're doing right now instead of the way we were doing it, which wasn't in accordance with the code.
And I'm going to tell you, as much trouble as I've had to getting a deck repaired, I believe this is what we need to do because it's a battle getting things done.
Mayor, I would just like to add that reading the code does excite some people, so there's that.
Speak for yourself, John.
I'm just wondering if it helps you get back to sleep.
It does definitely do that.
Motion to approve, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, are there any questions, council? Can I get a motion for approval and then we'll read the ordinance?
I'll second.
Okay, and that includes waiving the title and read the title only. John?
Consider approving an ordinance including, oh, sorry, I'm reading the wrong thing. An ordinance pertaining to building code regulations, amending section 611108, Article 61, Chapter 6, Lawton City Code 2015, updating the provisions of the chapter to revise the number of permits allowed for reconstruction, remodel, or repair of a structure considered dilapidated by the City Council, and providing for severability and establishing an effective date.
Motion carries 6-0, bringing us to item 13. Hold a public hearing and consider adopting a resolution declaring the structures located at 510 Southwest Monroe to be dilapidated pursuant to Section 651 Lawton City Code, ordering the owner to abate the nuisance, authorizing summary abatement, and authorizing the city attorney to commence legal action in district court to abate the nuisance. John? Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing. Anybody wishing to speak on this item for 510 Southwest Monroe Avenue, please come forward at this time. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Council?
I make a motion that we declare this property a dilapidated and nuisance. Move to approve a resolution declaring the structure on the property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
And we have a motion and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Item carries 6-0. Moving us to item number 14. Hold a public hearing and adopt a resolution declaring the structures located at 921 Southwest 7th Street, 921 Southwest 36th Street, 1007 Southwest 9th Street, 1011 Southwest 9th Street, 1203 Southwest H Avenue, 1511 Southwest Texas Avenue, 1512 Southwest Texas Avenue, 1514 Southwest Texas. Is that Texas Avenue? 1514 Southwest Texas Avenue, 2302 Northwest 38th Street, 4549 Southwest G Avenue, 4610 Southwest H Avenue, 6927 Southwest Hampshire Circle, 6929 Southwest Hampshire Circle, 6931 Southwest Hampshire Circle, 6933 Southwest Hampshire Circle, to be dilapidated pursuant to Section 651 Lawton City Code, ordering the owner to abate the nuisance, authorizing summary abatement, and authorizing the city attorney to commence legal action in district court to abate the nuisance. John and Michael. Let's look at something. Hold on for me just. Okay, go ahead, John. Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on 921 Southwest.
Mayor, I had a question.
Yes.
Yes, is this a place occupied by squatters? Okay, thank you.
Are there any questions? Okay, I will open the public hearing on 921 Southwest 7th Street. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Council?
Mayor, I move that 921 Southwest 7th Street. Mayor, I move that the property at 921 Southwest 7th Street be approved the resolution declaring this structure on this property dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Do I have a second? Second. And we motion and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote.
Harris. Chapman. Gill. Hampton. Johnson. Hankins.
Motion carries. Moving us to 921 Southwest 36th Street. John? Okay, we need to announce when utilities went inactive on these.
The day. Yeah, do you have that information?
Okay, with that, I'll open the public hearing on 921 Southwest 36th Street. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Please come on down, ma'am. Thank you for coming, ma'am, and if you'll give us your name and address. Okay, ma'am, do you understand the process? If the council puts this on the D&D, you have 30 business days, which is about 6 weeks, to pull a permit. And then once you pull the permit, every 30 days, you have to show progress in what you're doing, significant progress, okay? But we don't want to tear the house down. We're happy to work with you to get it approved, okay? So, does that help you? I understand it's emotional, ma'am, but we have to apply the rules evenly to everybody. I hope you understand. Thank you for coming. Is there anybody else that would like to come forward and speak on this item? Okay, I'm closing the public hearing on 921 Southwest 36th Street. Council.
Mayor, I move to approve a resolution declaring this structure on this property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Have a second? Discussion or debate? Please vote.
Chapman? Gill?
Yes.
Hampton? Johnson? Hankins? Harris?
Dwayne, would you please visit with this lady and make sure she understands the process right back here? Thank you. That brings up 1007 Southwest 9th Street. John?
Has there been a fire in this property also? Okay.
Any other questions? I'll open the public hearing on 1007 Southwest 9th Street. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Council?
Mayor, I move to approve a resolution declaring this structure on this property dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Is there a second? Discussion or debate? Please vote.
Gill? Hampton? Johnson? Hankins? Harris? Chapman?
Motion carries. Moving us to 1011 Southwest 9th Street. John? process as I explained it earlier. If the council puts it on the D&D, then you'll have permit, so this is going to work out great. Is there anybody else that would like to speak on this item? Thank you, sir. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Council?
Mayor, I move to approve the resolution declaring this program as property of dilapidated subdivision and authorize the payment thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Discussion or debate? Please vote.
Hampton. Johnson. Gill.
Motion carries. Moving us to 1203 Southwest H Avenue. John? Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on 1203 Southwest H Avenue. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Council?
Mayor, I move to approve a resolution declaring the structures on this property dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Is there a second? Second. A motion and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote.
Johnson. Hankins. Harris. Chapman. Gill. Hampton.
Yes.
Motion carries. Moving us 1511 Southwest Texas Avenue. John? Council, do you have questions? Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on 1511 Southwest Texas Avenue. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Yes, sir. Thank you for coming, and if you'll give us your name and address, please. Can you get a little closer to the mic for us? I'm sorry, we're having a little technical difficulty.
Could you please repeat your name and the address?
So you're going to be pulling a permit? Okay, so you heard me tell the others what the process is, okay? And more than likely, the council's going to put this on the D&D list, and you'll have 6 weeks or 30 business days to pull a permit and begin the process, okay? Every 30 days, you have to have progress. The total amount of time is what? 180 days. Okay. Come forward on this item. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Council?
Mayor, I move to approve a resolution declaring the structure on the property dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Second.
Motion and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote.
Johnson.
Yes.
Hankins.
Yes.
Harris. Chapman? Gill?
Yes.
Hampton?
Yes.
That motion carries. Moving us to 1512 Southwest Texas Avenue. John?
1512 Southwest Texas Avenue, Senate Utilities enacted since 2015. The South
Okay, any questions, council? Okay, I'm going to open the public hearing at 1512 Southwest Texas Avenue. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Council?
I move to approve a resolution declaring the structure on the property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Is there a second? Second. I have a motion and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote.
Hankins? Harris? Chapman? Gill? Hampton? Johnson?
Okay, on this next one, the word avenue was left out of the agenda item, and the city attorney is asking that the city clerk add the word avenue in the minutes. So we move on to 1514 Southwest Texas Avenue. John?
1514 Southwest Texas Avenue.
Any questions? Okay, we're going to open the public hearing on 1514 Southwest Texas Avenue. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Council?
I move to approve a resolution declaring the structure on the property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Is there a second? Second. Motion and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote.
Hankins? Harris? Chapman? Gill? Hampton?
Yes.
Johnson?
Motion carries. Moving us to 2302 Northwest 38th Street. John?
2302 Northwest 38th Street.
What happened to this? Mercy. It's those apartments, 38 and 95.
Are you tearing down the whole apartment complex or one building?
Unit C
Okay,
is the only one. That's one building.
one building. Okay. Any questions, council?
I'd like to ask one question. When was the fire, or?
I can have that for you, but
Okay.
I'm not 100% sure if I can get that answer for you.
Okay, it seems like it must be pretty recent, because,
The utilities were inactive for this unit back in 2020.
okay, and the rest of the apartment complex doesn't look like it's being utilized either.
So there are some units that are vacant right now,
Mhm.
but on the northern side of the apartment complex, they still have tenants.
Okay.
Okay, are there any other questions before I open the public hearing? Okay, I'm going to open the public hearing on 2302 Northwest 38th Street, Building C. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Please come forward. Yes, sir. Please state your name and address for us.
Yes, sir, my name is David Spear, I'm property manager at this property at 2302 Northwest 38th Street. That building right there is definitely coming down. There's another building that's coming down, but the other 7 buildings are gonna be remodeled, and we are waiting on the contractors for the permits and all that.
Okay, so you understand the process. I've explained it a number of times. You understand the process, right? Okay. Is there anybody else that would like to come forward to speak on this item? Thank you, sir. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Council?
Mayor, I move to approve a resolution declaring the structure on the property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof and as set forth in the resolution.
Is there a second? Second. Motion and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote.
Harris.
Yes.
Chapman. Gill.
Yes.
Hampton.
Yes.
Johnson. Hankins.
Motion carries. Moving us to 4549 Southwest G Avenue. John?
4549 Southwest G Avenue.
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on 4549 Southwest G Avenue. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. No. Okay. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Council?
Mayor, Council, I move to approve a resolution declaring this structure on the property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote.
Chapman. Gill.
Yes.
Hampton.
Yes.
Johnson. Hankins. Harris.
Yes.
Motion carries. Moving us to 4610 Southwest H Avenue. John?
4610 Southwest H Avenue, been active utilities since 2020. The brick and mortar of this house has been
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on 4610 Southwest H Avenue. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Council?
Mayor, Council, I move to approve a resolution declaring the structure on the property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Is there a second? Second. Motion and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote.
Gill.
Yes.
Hampton.
Yes.
Johnson. Hankins. Harris.
Yes.
Chapman.
Motion carries. Moving us to 6927 Southwest Hampshire Circle. John?
6927.
Is this an entire building?
So what this building is, it has 4 of them that are on the agenda, but it's
Townhouses.
So they have firewall in there, how are you gonna tear down 4 of them?
That's what we're trying to come with to you guys. That was the same question I had, but I'll get you the answer to it. Because I did have questions about that early.
You're not going to.
John, is this really dangerous or is it just ugly?
So what brought us to this one,
Guys, what you're looking at here is the bottom plate of, I'm sorry, my name is Ellie Keeter, I'm the Chief Inspector for the Inspection Services. I'm out here on a phone inspection. In doing so, I encountered some damage. So what you're looking at here is the bottom plate of
Can you go back to the firewall picture? It's not basement, is it? Is that a dishwasher?
What is the firewall made out of? The cover? What's the covering of the firewall? Is it sheetrock?
It's sheetrock, firewood sheetrock.
So what is your idea? Tear that down to the sheetrock and leave sheetrock exposed?
Well, that's just it. There is no sheetrock there, so the firewall is actually compromised.
Well, but that's one picture of the whole thing. Well, I want to hear from the owner. Can you come, are you the owner? Okay, come up and introduce yourself, and we're not in a hearing, but that's okay. Go ahead.
Mayor Johnson, my name is Trent Logan. I'm the
Living there.
Okay, hold on for me just a minute. Okay, council, I need a motion per the attorney to table 2627 Southwest Hampshire Circle, 6929 Southwest Hampshire Circle, 6931 Southwest Hampshire Circle, 6933 Southwest Hampshire Circle, and get the legal department a little more involved in this. This is a special issue, and do you want to table it to a date certain or just table it? 30 days. We'll table it for 30, to the second meeting of February. You okay with that? Can I get that motion?
I'll make that motion.
Okay, we got a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion or debate?
I've got a question.
Okay, question.
These units, like your unit, do you actually have the deed to that? That's something you personally own?
Yes.
So you have deed ownership of these different units?
I have the ownership of one unit.
But there
in
are,
that building.
and there are other individuals that have deed ownership?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I own a couple other properties on that.
No, I just wanted to make sure it was deed ownership. Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
So, Charlie, I think this is a question for you. A firewall does not necessarily mean that it's brick or mason, right? It can be 2 sheets of fire-rated sheetrock back to back. So firewall doesn't necessarily mean that there's a hard physical divider. It means the construction at the time with appropriate amount of sheetrock that holds off for what, 1 hour, 2 hours, something like that.
There is no carbon drywall or that.
Okay, that's really not pertinent to what we're doing here. We're going to let legal work this out. Let's vote.
Hampton.
Yes.
Johnson. Hankins. Harris.
Yes.
Chapman. Gill.
Yes.
Motion to table is successful, and that completes item 14. Thank you guys for coming. The city will be in touch. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, just to confirm, we're going to have the city contact them and make further, okay.
City manager, is that correct?
Contact the occupants of this property?
Contact the owners.
Owners, yes. Once legal has made a legal determination of how we should proceed, staff will contact them and let them know when the next meeting will be.
Okay. All right. All right, thank you guys for coming. Item number 15, receive a presentation from Eversash LP DBA Old Home Rescue on the steps they took to repair the Highland Cemetery entrance arch. Christine. So I will say, you know what, I'm gonna yield to Councilman Hampton. He's, he's the one that brought this to fruition, and then I'll make some comments after he does. Mr. Hampton?
Yeah, I was going to ask Morgan. Morgan, you've done work in Fort Sill and in the city of Lawton, other than this, and actually for the city before, haven't you? Okay. Mayor, really, I just want to say that I'm real proud of our citizen support. I'm really proud and pleased for the council and their support in this endeavor to try to save some of the historical properties that we are responsible for. And you know, I look at a lot of people's trips when they go to other vacation, and a lot of the pictures are of old buildings and structures that they're going to go to see, to experience, and they tell a story about that country or that area that they're in. And unfortunately, a lot of our stuff was tore down that carried away the stories of who we are and where we've come from. But the importance, I think, of the support of the council, the support of Michael and the city administration to try to push this forward as a leader and example to the private community. I think that there was a church already that contacted you about some of their stuff. When they're, oh, really? That's great. So I think that as we provide the example to take care of ourselves, not only take care of ourselves, but do it in a professional manner, then it's only going to push forward and help the identity of who we are as Lawtonians. And we have a very, very rich legacy here around here. As a kid, I always jumped off things and said Geronimo. Well, we own the actual place where Geronimo, or we don't own it, but we possess that, where he actually jumped off the cliff. And I think that as we move forward, we can begin to bring, Joan Crawford was raised here. We're the only city with one of the cities in this area that can claim that we have a Miss America. We have Leon Russell we have Will Shields. We have a lot of history here in Lawton that I think that as time moves forward, we're going to be probably promoting those things. Did I get the name wrong?
No, I said, don't forget Robert Peterson.
Yeah, Robert, of course, yeah, Robert Peterson. I mean, Lawton, Oklahoma, that's a national thing. So I think a part of the restoration of these things, and I want to be honest with you, I was looking at a lot of the other arches and a lot of the other WPA projects here, and this arch at the cemetery just sort of fell into the whole process. And I'm going to tell you something. Morgan and I were talking about somebody in Oklahoma City that has family members that are buried in the Highland Cemetery. What was the comment they made, Morgan? Yeah, they were pleased that we were doing that at the resting place of their family members. And I think that as we take pride in these kind of things, then that's going to spread. And again, I want to thank the citizens, the support of the citizens, the support of the council, and the support of Michael and the city administration for all they did to help this bring this past. And a special thank you to Morgan for handling one of our artifacts with kid gloves and professionally. Thank you, Mayor.
And so, you know what, Old Home Rescue, that sounds like a TV show. Are you a TV show?
Well, I opened with that joke last time. We actually had a TV show.
Did you take movies of this? Because I'm going to tell you, you missed it if you didn't, because that thing is beautiful. And I think you guys did a great job, and I'm proud of you. Are there any other comments from the council? Kelly?
the cemetery rest of my word, I just want to say, well, I drove by after you'd taken everything down, and I was just stunned, and it really does look gorgeous, so great work. Thank you very much. I hope we get to work with you in the future.
Mayor, there are a lot of citizens in town who have commented they're so glad that this has finally been done and has been done beautifully. Thank you very much.
Are there any other comments? I think we need to give him a round of applause. All right.
Allow me to say thank you to us, truly thank you guys for trusting us with that historic artifact, with that. You guys deserve being forgiven for that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that moves us to item 16. That was a non-action item. Item 16, discuss implementing an administrative process for declaring structures dilapidated as provided in 11 OS 22-112.b, or council continuing to hold the required hearings and take action as deemed necessary. John?
So what we are proposing
Councilor, you have questions? Mr. Hampton?
Yeah, Mayor, you know, I've tore down a lot of houses in Ward 5, and I've actually woke up like Michael at 3:30 in the morning thinking about these kind of things, but it didn't put me to sleep. I seem to be more concerned after I finished. You know, in other cities, they talk about blight programs, and indeed, we're trying to clean our city, and that's what blight is all about. But there's a backside to those blight programs, and that's what do you do with all the empty lots that I drive around and see in my ward, I think no recourse. I don't mind changing this kind of thing, but I think that if we're going to do that we need to add more work to this to try to deal with at least some options as to what we're going to do, because this is like a dead end where we're killing our city. I mean, I've talked to people that have had friends drive through the city, and they actually talk about the empty lots that are just all over the place. And I think that's going to have to be addressed. And I would like to see more work done on this to include some of the things that we need to do with all of the empty lots that we're creating. There are other cities that have land banks to try to clean the property up, because a lot of this property has liens and different things on them. So there's options that we have to try to not only make better changes, but to add on to this. And with that, if we can try to get a committee or something, but as far as this item, Council, I think dealing with a full blight program is probably a better way to go, especially with all the houses we've tore down. And with that, I want to make a motion to table this indefinitely until we get some more work on that back end.
Okay, we have a motion to table and a second. We also have the city attorney saying he's got some problems with this too. Now, is there any discussion or debate?
Mayor, this agenda item was brought to the council just as a consideration for another way to go about the process. If the council so chooses that this process works, it works in other cities very similar to ours. I think there's one city that does it administratively and one that does a quasi version of it where they put it on a consent agenda. So this was just an information item to council to see if they considered wanting to take an administrative process. And if you do, great. If you don't, then we're still good.
Okay, so are you tabling this to a date certain, or do you intend to?
Indefinitely.
Okay, indefinite. Okay, we have a motion to table for indefinite and a second. Any further discussion or debate?
Yeah, I'd just like to say, and Alan, I understand your concerns, Councilman Hampton, but this is one of the most difficult things that we do. And I don't think any of us take it lightly, and I don't think any of us believe that an administrative board would take it lightly either. I understand your concern that a council person should be responsive to the citizen whose home's being taken down, and I agree, but certainly this, the way this is written, it gives that option for them to appeal and bring it back to us, and I'm satisfied with the way it's written now.
Any further discussion?
Yes, Mayor. One of the things that I try to do is try to get a big picture of a lot of things, and I'll tell you what, as a representative of citizens, and I've represented a lot of citizens that have had their properties tore down. In the Bill of Rights, it talks about different rights, that we right to bear arms, and one of those is right to own property. And I think that that's a fundamental thing here in the United States that you don't find in a lot of countries. And I think that that's what we're dealing with. In dealing with this, I think that the citizens have a right to be representative, and they have a right to stand in a court and say their side. And I think coming in front of a partial body, and that's what this is. And I really think that when citizens come and they can speak at that podium about their side of why things are where they are. A lot of them are embarrassed. A lot of them don't have the money to deal with that. And in that, I think that there are certain rights that we need to protect. At least I feel I need to protect when I talk to these people that own property, maybe it got passed down to them. And let's say they don't have the money, once the house is torn down, I'm telling you what, it really is a sad state of affairs in their life. And it's so easy to make things administrative, but we're living with people. And in living with people, if you don't feel for people that don't have, then and do whatever you can to try to help them. And that's the part of the blight program that I'm talking about. There are resources that might be able to help some of these people keep their property. And I think those need to be explored. And I think that I don't know, let me just say this last thing. You know, when I joined the Army, I gave away a lot of my rights. They told me, go over there and paint that rock, and I was like, I don't want to paint that rock. And they said, you will paint that rock. And then they said, you're going to go to Germany. And I was like, I don't want to go to Germany. They said, you will go to Germany. You know, a lot of people don't really think about it from that perspective. But I sat in my room and I thought, wow, they own me. I don't have any rights here. And I didn't in the military. But when I raised my hand and said I was going to die for people, then that was part of the deal. And this is not, and one of the things when I got out of the Army, this is not the military. This is people living their everyday life. Some have money, some don't have money, but we need to make sure that we protect their right to be able to come into a public forum and say their side. And I'm running out of time.
Okay,
thank you.
It's good points. Thank you very much. Mr. Harris, you want to speak again? Councilman Hampton, I do agree that those are good points. However, nothing that I see in this is taking away their right to own land or their right to stand before a board. And if you're embarrassed to stand in front of this council, it would seem to me that standing in front of an administrative board would be a lot easier and less embarrassing. Thank you, Ms. Chapman.
Yes, and I also feel that they had that opportunity to appeal to the council, and that is written in here, and I like that idea. If they want to go farther, then they have that opportunity.
Ms. Hankins?
Is the motion that Alan made still on the floor?
Yes.
Okay, I would, and we haven't had a second yet?
Yes, we have.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. I want to get more legal on this, too.
All right, very good. Okay. We're ready to vote. Let's vote. Motion is to table. Okay, the motion to table fails 4-2. Takes 5, right?
No, majority present.
Is this majority?
Yeah.
So 4-2
Right.
is,
Shows Seat 4, I voted for it.
you voted to
4-2.
table?
I second.
Okay,
The
so,
motion to table passes.
okay, so we need to amend this. Ward 4 intended to vote to table and seconded
I
the
made
motion.
Second motion.
So we have a 5-1. The motion to table carries. Okay, so let me explain this, what's going on. It tells the seat, not the ward. So it is 4-2. The motion still prevails. Did I get that right, Tracy? Thank you. Not that I'm confused or anything, but we're moving to item 17. Consider an ordinance creating Division 2316 and Section 2316-400 in Article 23, Chapter 2, Lawton City Code 2015, creating a council budget committee for the purpose of holding budget workshops with the city manager and staff for the purpose of providing guidance to the city manager and promoting efficiency in the preparation of the city's annual preliminary budget. And after the city manager's presentation of the preliminary budget to city council, hold budget workshops on behalf of the city council to assist in the finalization of the annual budget for city council approval, establishing the committee's purpose, members, terms of members, and duties, requiring minimum monthly meetings throughout the year, requiring compliance with the Open Meetings Act, stating nothing in the ordinance will alter the deadlines applicable to the city as set forth in the Oklahoma Municipal Budget Act, stating nothing in the ordinance is intending to usurp the city manager's duty to prepare an annual preliminary budget as set forth in the Lawton City Charter, Section C33, nor to the city council's duties to, as set forth in the Lawton City Charter, Section C24, to include the adoption of an annual budget, providing for severability, and establish an effective date. I think I said earlier incorrectly that this wasn't on this agenda. Certainly it is. And this is just a council committee that would be more, for those of us that are interested in being more involved in the budget, and that way we don't have to have a council workshop where 5 council members have to show up. Only 3 would have to show up, right? It would also look into other financial things like efficiency and CIP. Are there any questions? Seeing none, could I get a motion for approval?
I make a motion, we approve it, Mayor.
I have a motion for approval. Is there a second?
Second.
And I have a second. Discussion or debate? Please read the ordinance.
An ordinance creating Division 2316 and and Section 2316-400, Article 23, Chapter 2, Lawton City Code 2015, creating a council budget committee for the purpose of holding budget workshops with the city manager and staff for the purpose of providing guidance to the city manager and promoting efficiency in the preparation of the city's annual preliminary budget. And after the city manager's presentation of the preliminary budget to the city council, hold budget workshops on behalf of the city council to assist in the finalization of the annual budget for the city council approval, establishing the committee's purpose, members, terms of members, and duties, requiring minimum monthly meetings throughout the year, requiring compliance with the Open Meetings Act, stating nothing in the ordinance will alter the deadlines applicable to the city as set forth in the Oklahoma Municipal Budget Act, stating nothing in the ordinance is intended to usurp the city manager's duty to prepare an annual preliminary budget as set forth in the Lawton City Charter, Section C33, nor 2, the City Council's duties as set forth in the Lawton City Charter, Section C24, to include the adoption of an annual budget, providing for severability and establishing an effective date.
Please vote. Motion carries 6-0. Moving us, and we've already done 18. Moving us to 19, staff reports. Receive a report from the Public Works Department regarding traffic signal operation at the intersections of Southeast Winters Way and State Highway 7, Southwest Sheridan Road and I Avenue, and the Gore Boulevard corridor from 2nd Street to Lori Tatum Road. Larry.
Mayor and Council, the manager asked that I put together just a brief report on these 3 locations. The first is at the intersection of Southeast Winters Way and State Highway 7, Reed Boulevard. Traffic signals at this location operate with video detection. We recently received reports that east and westbound, due to false detections, experience red signals when there's not cross traffic. So we looked into that. I reviewed the site several times. Our electronic maintenance technician reviewed the site. For the longest, we weren't able to realize what was causing those false detections. But the north.
That one has everything ordered and is happening, right?
We had been waiting for cameras to arrive and on back order, and we had received and installed those, and the intersection's functioning.
Okay. I'm having difficulty hearing, so thank you. Go ahead.
We expect that study to be completed sometime in fall 2023. Once that study is completed, they'll identify things that would be prioritized upon various projects that they have.
So, that intersection across that interstate is just crazy. And I don't understand why we can't synchronize 3 lights so that you don't get through the first one and have to stop at the last one. Now, I know we're getting a study on it, and I appreciate that we've got federal funds to do a study, and it's going to be more than just lights. It's going to, I assume it's going to, the way I've took it, it's going to suggest turn lanes or whatever to help us with traffic. But in the meantime, I'm not really excited about waiting until fall to synchronize 3 lights. And I don't understand why we can't go ahead and synchronize those 3 lights so everybody can get through them. They don't have any cross lights that they have to match up with. Can we do that?
Yes, I mean, they can be evaluated for, like I said, the DEC put together a timing plan for that entire corridor, which includes those 3 lights. They use a software program called SynCro. And that's the timing plan that's implemented in the corridor right now. I can reevaluate it, I can have them reevaluate it, we can make changes and adjustments before this EST study is complete.
So I think we ought to do that. It's been that I've complained about it since I got here, and then I read something where, something 2021, I've done a lot of complaining about that intersection since 2021, apparently hadn't got to you. The other situation is is it Railroad Street, the Public Safety Center?
It is.
Okay. If you're the 4th car in line on Railroad Street, you can't get through the next intersection on Second and Gore. And it just creates extreme frustration for anybody that has to travel that every day or multiple times a day. And I don't see why we can't synchronize those two lights so that more than 3 cars can get through them. Is there a reason we can't do that?
Right now, it says the best, meaning east and westbound traffic are getting as much green time coordinated with those signals equal. Okay, so it's not biased to eastbound, biased to westbound. The problem with synchronization generally, when you're talking about traffic signals that are evenly spaced at a quarter-mile increment or half-mile increment, those can be easily synchronized. Here we have random spacing. We have 935 feet per second to railroad. We have 2,800 feet. Railroad to I-44. I-44 west and east, 830 feet. I-44 east and North End Road, 290 feet. In addition to that, east and westbound traffic at Second and Gore and Railroad move simultaneously. They're split lanes. That's due to the median on Gore Boulevard, and the lack of stacking road. There are no left turn bays for east and westbound traffic at Railroad. And so all of those things combined really restricts how you can get coordination to work. And so that's why we had EDC come in, use their software, try to maximize it as best they could. That's what's needed.
I know it's difficult, but it's extremely frustrating. And if you're headed west, you're either going to get stuck at Sheridan or the hospital. You're not going to get through those currently. And I travel this a lot. And if you're headed east, you're almost for sure going to get stopped at 2nd Street anyway. I don't know why we can't take those two intersections and make them work together. And if you get stopped further down the road, you get stopped. But we have such a bottleneck through that interstate and then through the railroad to Second, those intersections, that it creates extreme frustration. Coming in today after lunch, I was the 4th car. I didn't make it, but the guy to the right of me sped through the intersection when it was red. And the current situation that we have creates that event on a regular basis. And it's like we've created a situation where if 4 cars can't get through, people are going to get frustrated and they're going to speed through. This isn't an action item, but I'm more than happy to put it on the next agenda as an action item. But I would like to see us just extend it 5, 7, 10 seconds, each one of those, and see if that relieves some of the frustration. Now, it's not an action item. Is there any other comments that anybody would like to make? Mr. Hampton.
Well, they were first.
Oh, Mr. Hampton.
This on to us.
Oh, sorry. Okay, George is first.
I've got 2 questions. Back to the East Gore there on Winters Way or Tatum Road, the one where you turn to go into the casino going south. 2 years ago, when the council approved that, going down, it's called Winters Way or Winters Road, I believe, when it hits Highway 7?
Yes.
Okay, when that was approved to go in and it was put in, that stoplight opposite there on Gore was supposed to come out, was my understanding. I know there's been some research on that. I don't know if that's been found, but it's in the minutes of the city council that we were going to alleviate that, period, because we were putting the one in down there. That would help a lot of the problem. If nothing else, put an express turn lane in there and take it out. But that causes a lot of problem, and I don't believe that it's needed. That's something we need to look at. And the other thing I want to bring up is down there a little bit further on East Gore, when it hits what's called Winters Way. And there's a motion detector there, your camera, and that thing hadn't worked, I know, for over 6 months. It goes on all the time, there's no traffic there, it goes through the full cycle and then it turns green. I take that road at least a minimum of 4 times a day. And I'm well aware that it's not working, so that's something we need to look at too. I don't know if it's shadows or what, but I can assure you that that camera system is not working.
Which one is that?
It's further east on Gore, and it's called Winter's Way, where you turn in to go into the hotel, motel there at the big casino.
Where the Brahms is.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
right across, just a little past the Brahms.
All right.
It has a motion, and it's not functional.
I guess we have more than one Winter's Way.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Mr. Harris.
Larry, I just want to concur with the councilman. That light that he's talking about, and then, of course, the lights closer to I-44, it's really, I think it's really frustrating, and way back when I was on the Traffic Commission, we found that it created problems because people either take shortcuts or, as the mayor said, they speed through. So I'm wondering if some of these lights could be more actuated where they stay on the main street, where they stay green unless there's a cross-traffic. Or I guess my question is, do we have that equipment already on these lights, or would we have to go back and retrofit?
Yeah, Larry, I know you're a professional at this, and I was just asking this. I was down in Florida, and they had those circle things. And in a situation like, and this is not, I'm just kind of talking, but like in a situation by the public safety building, you know, one of those little circle things, would that, in your opinion, would those kind of things work in a situation where we have that double four, I mean, there's like 8 roads right there in that way. Yeah. Does that solve some of that stuff like that when they, does that solve some of that when, the trouble that's happening there to put something in like that? Yeah. Well, it just seems like down Gore, there's a lot of traffic, then the crossroads is not a whole lot of traffic. But I'm just thinking, but just wanted your thoughts on it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Hampton. Mr. Gill.
One more thing I'd like to say. I'd like to see this as an action item so we could bring this up in a week or look at it in a week. Both the Winter's Way photo cell camera, and also I'd like the research that was supposed to be done on Highway 7 in Winter's Way, which made it possible to take that one stoplight completely out on Gore. You know which one I'm talking about, Larry?
Yeah, that I didn't take to the council. We have to go back and see what the name was, but I believe the final chairman at that time came and spoke to council.
Right.
Take action at that time.
Well, Richard, which is no longer here, took care of that item, and according to him, it was supposedly was on the cutting block to take off. But like I said, I haven't researched it because I can't find those exact dates, but I think the year of 21, somewhere in there would be pretty close to it. I know that's 12 months, but.
Okay, I'll get with you, Mr. Gill,
Okay, thank
about
you.
putting an item on the
Okay.
agenda, okay?
Yeah.
Are there any other questions or comments, council? Okay, thank you very much, Larry. Item number 20 is hotel motel tax report by the finance director. I haven't seen him tonight. There he is. Well, let's just say I should have been reading the code at 3 o'clock this morning.
session. I don't have any questions that you may have.
Okay, first, you mentioned direction. We can't give you direction tonight. This isn't an action item, but we need to put it on the next agenda, and I'd like to get with you at that. I'd like to have a meeting with you and discuss the spreadsheets. I'd like to have the resolution from last year in that meeting, and we'll sit down and look at this, and I want to visit and dig into this a little bit more and try to come up with options of how we get through this without cutting things that are so productive for our community. Maybe we'll have to, but I want to look and think through options with you, okay? You're pretty good at options, so I'd like to think through that with you. Council, is there any questions? Mr. Hampton?
Yes, just real quickly, a couple of places that I think we collect from. We collect hotel motel tax from Fort Sill, and if we do, have we already acquired that?
Yes, I believe we do, and they are being those taxes.
Okay, and then the second thing is vacation rental by owner and the Airbnbs. Do we get hotel motel tax money from them? The Airbnbs and,
No, that's what some of them are getting.
is that what you were talking about going back and? Yes, yeah, okay, thank you. And we haven't collected that yet.
There are a couple of them that are voluntarily permitted, and we're not having to discuss this with them. They've gone back and we've told them, hey, this is how much you owe, back to stay certain, and they're more than willing to write a check and get us going, get on board with what we need them to get on board.
Right, that's a tough one. Thank you, Jordan.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Mr. Harris.
Jordan, do you have an estimate on how many Airbnbs there are in town? I heard a number like 600.
I think the number's large. But I can find that out and get back to you. Thank you.
No.
Back to the council.
At one time, I'm getting old, my memory and getting up at 3 o'clock, not reading the code to go back to sleep. But it seems like I remember that there was a company we were going to hire to monitor these Airbnbs.
Stratus, that's the company we're working with now to get online.
You know, we've been working on this process for, I'm just almost sure over a year.
I didn't think we approved that until.
I didn't say approved, but we've been, okay, I won't use the word piddle, but we've been dealing with this Airbnb deal for a considerable amount of time. And so maybe we can talk next time. We've talked about this enough. Let's get an agenda item and let's go through and get an update on what's going on, to get a little history, what's been the history of this Airbnb short-term rental business, and where are we, and get some projections of when we're going to get it implemented, okay? We'll have a real good discussion on that, and we'll make sure we have room to make the motions we need to. City Manager, were you wanting to comment?
Yes, sir. So Jodan has received direction to collect Airbnb from places that automatically collected the larger type of installations, your Airbnb type properties, VRBO. He's been instructed to contact them and have them remit. They do collect and they should be collecting. So that has been and being worked on. As far as Granicus goes, it was a much larger lift than we thought it was. We have to go back to the court clerk over at the county, and Judy's gone back and forth with making sure that those properties are identified properly to be put into the system so they can collect that hotel motel tax from them smaller entities. And then finally, one last thing is, And I'm not sure if it translated correctly, but with the change in the resolution, we could fund, like Joe Dunn talked about, the $1.83 million original amount. No one would have to receive a reduction in the hotel motel tax funding for that particular area, and it would leave us approximately $100K rollover money. So I don't know if that translated well. As it sits right now by the resolution, this is what we would have to do, but the council can change that resolution and reduce the amount that we expect to receive, i.e. changing the budget, so we would be able to still meet those obligations, and it wouldn't incur any reductions in anybody's funding at this time. Now, that being said, you know, the world is doing funny things right now, and people are visiting more of the graduations online and a few of the things like that are being occurred. We did have that spike back when COVID lifted and people started traveling more. We had a really good visitation to Fort Sill and soldiers' graduations, and that, I think that skewed those numbers when we were projecting. But we've gone back and looked, and I believe with what we're projecting now, we can meet the original amount numbers there if we redo the resolution. So.
Okay, that didn't translate. Thank you for explaining that, and I look forward to understanding that better. I look forward to a full report and understanding the technology options. Any final comments before we move on? Thank you, Joe Dunn. Number 21, receive an update on the FISTA project. Clarence and Mark. So I appreciate Mark too, but that's not going to stop me from fining him for not wearing his I Love Lawton pin. We can call you anytime? Because you can tell there's a lot of people up here that wake up at 3 in the morning.
Well, I can too. But at 10 o'clock, my phone won't ring unless it's my stepdad or my daughter or my son calling.
So I don't have a question, but I'm going to make a comment. Things are going good at the Vista, and a lot of activity is real close to getting signed and finalized. Every one of those is a few jobs. That 100,000 plus number, I think the SEMA is over 100,000 average, is very important for our economy. With every piece of success we talk about, more and more I hear the community buying in, and we're closing that gap of unbelief that seemed to be there. Kind of like Oklahoma City closed the gap with everything that happened when they started transforming their city. And we're closing that gap, and people are buying in and understanding with every job that we announce. And now we have to get busy figuring out how to recruit the workers for those jobs and how we can assist. Gary Butler's a great resource for that. I know we're standing up a local working group to figure that out. I hope you'll reach out to Gary. He had having breakfast with him. He had some great comments in that regard. So anyway, you guys are doing a great job, and I know that you're both putting in a lot of time. And I want to tell you that from my position as the mayor, when I see individuals put in as much time as you two, it just makes me feel good, and I appreciate it because it's a free job, and would you guys help me appreciate them for all the time they put in? So the dollar pay may not be good, but let me tell you, it's got to be fulfilling what you're doing for this community. It will have impact for years, and thank you from the bottom of my heart.
You're very welcome, Mark.
So I would say thank you very much for that. It is a labor of love, but also it's much bigger than that. And I think as we pile up and look back about this, it will be more than about these contractors in which those senior executives that have come through the vista that it's finished, you have been there, we're not just impressed, but all three of those turned to me and said, this is way more than what we thought this was going to be. And in addition to that, so your discussion about impacting the community, these are the funds that we got. This really is the beginning of a transition that's going to be much bigger than who we are today. The impact that's going to have, it's going to build a legacy of this community.
Right, thank you, guys.
Mayor, I just want to tell you, it probably is fulfilling to see the results, for you to see the results, but it really is fulfilling. I try to come to a lot of your meetings, and there definitely is results, and it is exciting for me, and I appreciate all you guys are doing.
I think Ms. Johnson has a comment.
I just wanted to say, I brought about 25 kids to that event that you all had, and they enjoyed it. And so I'm really excited what's coming up for the incubator and the STEM workshops and things for kids. So that's where I am with the FISTA. Thank you.
Okay, and one final thing, I look forward to getting that REMI report on the impact those jobs in the FISTA will have.
Early next week, and
That's Thank you, guys, very much. Thank you. And with that, do we have a motion to go into executive session?
So moved.
Motion is second. Please call the roll.
Hankins? Harris? Chapman? Gill?
Yes.
Hampton? Johnson?
Executive now, no? We have to go to executive now, or no? I think you did. I think so. Yeah, I know. And when I explained that to people,
Sit here and tell the same story. We could find a way to shorten it by saying, hey, on here, unless we
Yep.
Hey, so what'd you think? Okay. Yeah. Just yet. Well, we're not done yet. We gotta go to executive session. Typically, unless you're presenting, no. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, all right. I appreciate you asking. Have a great night.
So much on there, you know.
I'm glad you think that. Well, maybe one of these days I'll get to enjoy that. I'm not looking for the real, spot. I did that.
That's what I was wondering. How does that, I didn't go from the assessor's office. Somebody was Johnson.
Testing.
Do that again?
Test.
Yeah.
Test. Testing.
Testing, testing. Test. Sorry. No. Recontrolling you. Yep. Test. Test, test. It's still not. Test, test. Yeah, but I can't control any volume. I can't control, I don't know which channel it's supposed to be on. It's not letting me. There's 16, I mean, it's showing. It's not.
Test.
Yeah, I don't like it. Test, test, test. Testing, 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 testing. Testing. Where's it at? Testing. Maybe this is it. Testing. Test. Test. Testing, testing. Test, test.
Test.
We're back from executive session. Please call the roll.
Harris. Chapman. Gill. Hampton. Johnson. Hankins.
Okay, I did strike item number 22, but we're on item 23. John?
Pursuant to Section 307B1, Title 25 Oklahoma statutes, council convened an executive session to review the employment of Municipal Judge Nathan Johnson. I understand there's a motion on this agenda item.
Mr. Mayor and Council, I move to extend Judge Nathan Johnson's term of employment for 2 years and to increase his annual pay to $118,500 per year and to increase his retirement matching contributions from the city from 10% to 15% per year.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We do have a second. Please vote.
There's a motion day. That's just the NDA.
Okay, I need some more votes. 2 more votes. Okay, I got them. 6. Motion carries 6-0. Item number 24, John.
Pursuant to Section 307B4, Title 25 Oklahoma statutes, council convened an executive session to discuss the pending litigation in the case Cintas Corporation, number 2, City of Lawton, CJ 2022-598. I understand there is no motion on this agenda item.
Okay, and item number 25 was stricken at the last minute and not discussed in executive session. Moving us to adjournment. Is there a motion?
So moved. Second.
Motion and a second. Had trouble getting them. Please call the roll.
Hankins. Harris. Chapman. Gill.
Yes.
Hampton. Johnson.
Oh, yeah. Was that a no? I heard it.
Enthusiastic response.
I think I heard a no.
Is this on up there, guys?
Yeah.
Man, those
Okay.
meatballs saved my life.
Test 1, 2.
I didn't have any lunch.
Mayor,
breakfast at 6 o'clock.
See, you have to be
I just had a little piece of toast at
So I've raised it up. Can y'all still hear that?
Yeah.
Hungry.
I got beans.
Okay.
Mayor,
Is it-
can you hear that?
Yeah.
Can you hear that? Michael, talk.
So I raised the microphone stand up. Can you hear that?
Talk a little bit.